Hello everyone, happy Friday, fuck bots, and welcome to the Stream of Consciousness. I am Dichotomous Prime, aka Vince, your host for the stream where we talk design, diversity, and discourse. Today is a momentous day where we are, hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on, I actually have wood to knock on. We are completing our playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn today. I'm excited. I am very interested because it's weird when you kind of get to the end of a long journey and it's like I've had good things to say about Horizon. I've had critical things to say about Horizon, but like it's like you finish a school year or something and you just kind of reflect on the memories of the journey, and like I'm glad I played this game. I'm glad that I made the choice to play this game. It's been labor intensive as hell, not gonna lie, but this is an experience that I think made me a better designer, someone who made me more literate maybe, or give me a better vocabulary for talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly of making games and kind of dealing with problematic subject matter. So yeah, it's gonna be, I'm a little bit verklempt to see the tail end of this game, but also not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to playing a game that is going to be significantly less discourse intensive. Not to shit on 1/3 of the pillars of this prodigious stream branding that I have, he said, tongue placed firmly in cheek. But this one was heavier towards the end. It's a game with a big ol' booty, but yeah, maybe something a tad lighter for our next playthrough, but we'll see. We will see, and I hope that all of you have enjoyed coming on this journey with me as well. Will enjoy its conclusion, and will similarly come with me on the next step of our journey into design, diversity, discourse, education, making cool games, and all that sort of stuff. But of course, first and foremost, because we have our priorities of health here, is that I hope that everyone is taking care of themselves, that you've got some good food, that you've got your meds that you've taken if you need to take them, you're staying hydrated, and if you had an opportunity to do so, please stretch, take care of yourself, so that you are able to enjoy this stream in the maximum amount of comfort possible, because you deserve it. So, as I continue to set everything up in the right screens and monitors in case something terrible goes wrong, announcements, housekeeping, big news. For those who have been following the shitfuckery that is the hate raids on Twitch, you may have noticed Twitch's near complete lack of action having to do with it. And in fact, in many ways, active ignorance of what is going on. That is something that, despite, talking to a number of different people who have approached the whole situation with a significant amount of nuance, I think that a lot of us have come to the conclusion that Twitch does not have our best interests in mind. Me personally, how I am choosing to respond to this is, after today, I'm going to be rescinding my affiliateship with Twitch. This doesn't mean that I am not going to double negatives screwing me up. This doesn't mean that I'm going to stop trying to grow an audience, grow the stream, and all that sort of stuff. But rather, I would encourage those of you who have been kind enough to help me alongside your financial patronage, to please instead, actually, this is one of the things that, hey, if you're new to the stream, I'm a hot mess. I should have had this up as a Nightbot command, but I don't. I would instead heartily encourage you to take the monies that you would normally spend on a subscription here and instead support me over at Ko-fi, which I'll drop the link for right now. Basically, you spend less over here than you would spend on a subscription, or sorry, you spend less over there than you would on a subscription here, and also I get more money from that over there than I do over here. And that's just kind of the first of a number of steps that I'm kind of taking to begin to distance myself from the ecosystem that is Twitch. I understand that others don't have that same privilege, whether due to contracts or that it's their full-time thing streaming in Twitch and they don't have the spoons to move an entire community from one platform to the other. And at least for those who are marginalized streamers who have a difficult time finding an audience, or rather, not even finding an audience, because the audience is there, but like getting the opportunities that they do get, I fully respect their decision to do that. However, what we're going to be doing for the Stream of Consciousness is, one, I would encourage any subscribers over here to please instead spend your money over via Ko-fi. You just get more bang for your buck. There are also several tiers that I've put there. If you are a creator or someone who like works in tabletop RPGs or video games and have like enjoyed my takes on design, diversity, and discourse, mechanics design, that sort of thing, I've also put some rewards for the higher tiers. If you happen to have the scratch to be able to donate at that, no pressure. But yeah, I've got a couple of perks up there that might appeal to you if you are a creator who has enjoyed my various insights on those topics. So, second, trying to bullet point everything. Second, after this playthrough, the VODs are going to be going back over to YouTube. The reason I initially moved them from YouTube over to Twitch is because of YouTube's previous, and as far as I know, continued policy of suppressing hashtags having to do with Black creators. Unfortunately, most places are apparently terrible, and it's one and the other, and basically the only difference here is that discoverability of VODs on Twitch is almost non-existent. So if I have to pick between two horrid racist platforms, I'll pick the one that at least lets people see my videos and my content. So that's the other thing having to do with content that's being moved over there. Going forward, or at least for the foreseeable future, I'm still going to be streaming on this platform, though I'm looking for alternatives, and there are a few that we're looking at in the next few months, but we're going to have to see how things like Altair launch goes and a number of those different things. But we're slowly trying to divest ourselves from this particular morass that is Twitch, because it has become clear that they do not care about Black and queer creators and marginalized creators in general. So that's a thing. I think that's the long and short for housekeeping. I'm gonna save the announcement of the next big playthrough until the end of the stream. With that being said, in order to be able to get to that, we have a video game that we still need to finish. So I think what we're gonna do is we are going to hop into Horizon, or at least hop into the menu screen that precedes the long loading screens that we have so become accustomed to. And I'm sure to a certain degree I will miss the long instances of shit talking, the interminable loading screens that Horizon Zero Dawn brings to the table. Let's queue up a BRB. You've probably forgotten that my Yeti mic exists, don't you? Yep, you totally have. Okay, cool, not a problem. So, let me turn off the funky tunes, unfortunately. Though, of course, you'll hear them again. If you're a regular, you already know this. You'll hear them during the break. So, it is all good. But, yeah, it's interesting, because I started thinking about, like, what my off-stream game is gonna be and what my on-stream game is gonna be, because, like, at some point I'd still like to have some corner of video games that I can play to relax. I don't want to do that thing where, like, everything is now like a side hustle. And so, why did I say, like, why did I use quotes? People know what a side hustle is. But when everything becomes a side hustle, it becomes real hard to just, you know, flip and relax with something, you know, play games for fun and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's always a weird source of anxiety figuring out, like, okay, what's the next game gonna be? Because I need, like, a one that I'm gonna figure out the management, because I gotta put together content warnings and stuff like that. And then, of course, there's gonna be whatever it is that I play off stream, and usually you want something that's gonna be like, words, something that's going to be either, like, complementary, but, like, a different style of game. Like, I've been playing Knockout City a lot off stream, but, like, Knockout City can get surprisingly stressful, because it's very, like, it's a Twitch game, it's a team game. If you're playing with randoms, it can occasionally get frustrating, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I don't know, with the game that I've chosen, I've got a few from the most recent Steam sale. I'm thinking, like, maybe Wizard of Legend, maybe Blasphemous. Like, I still have several months until, until Monster Hunter Rise comes to PC, and, like, it's still Monster Hunter Stories 2. I think that Burst of Hope has finally worn me down enough that I'm kind of interested in it, but it's also still a full fucking priced game, so I can't really afford it right now. Oh, sneeze. What the mute button is for. Okay, let me drink this because I unscrewed the cap from it for no reason. In my fidgetation. Okay, so I picked up some new toys. Namely the Ice Rail, the Forge Fire, and the Storm Slinger. I don't see myself using the Forge Fire a ton, because most of the same stuff that I would use it for, I can use fire arrows for. But the Ice Rail is a motherfucker when it comes to, well, I mean, to freezing stuff and to damage. Like, look at that damage on the, like, it can shoot ice spikes, and it is one of the few things that maybe does more damage per single hit than, like, my power shot bow. Let's see. So we're gonna put that there. Oh, also I'm max level now. I know, it's weird. It's like I'm not going to progressively be getting stronger forever. And yet, with all of my inventory management, I have still somehow managed to have a bunch of crappy modifications. But we've got all the collectibles except for, I think there's a couple of blue gleam. Yeah, there's a couple of areas of blue gleam left, but the one thing that I would need to actually buy it with, I actually just, yeah, showing the game. Oh, Jesus. Did I actually showing the, thank you, Tlaloc. I appreciate it. What did I even, I'm trying to figure out how I even got to that place. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Forget my own head if it wasn't attached. My only minor thing is, my only regret is that I don't have more fatty meat so that I can get more ammo for my ice rail before we go. Well, okay, there's a little bit of forest around here. So, yeah, what is the relationship between streamer and chat, if not for chat to give up to the minute tech assistance? It's been a little while since I actually did that. Showed the wrong display. Okay. But yes, I appreciate you. Because yeah, the only thing is, like, when I get a weapon I really like, I'm like, oh, I need more ammo for this. I need more ammo for this so that I can overly rely on it. I will roast you, but in a helpful way. Absolutely. You know what? I'm entirely okay with that. Alright. So, let me look around and see if I can just quickly hunt, like, a bunch of little aminals. And just get, like, 2 more units of fatty meat. Is that a badger? You. Today, you are my prey.
Tough, but I'm used to it.
Come here, you. It gave me a rarer drop, but I literally don't need it anymore. Yes, one more. Got... Okay. You live to fight another day. Come on, don't roll away from me. Sick. Alright. Crafting, carry capacity. And then goat skin and fish bone. Okay, yeah, no, and I'm not gonna... There's 2 more upgrades I could get for that, but I'm not going to. Okay. Let's do what we're here to do. So, Aloy has challenged the leader of the Werak, or kind of tribe of the local Banuk, and has beaten him. And so she is now, for narrative purposes, chieftain. Oh, I got a couple of these scavenger boxes. Give me some blaze. Nope. Okay, you suck. Blaze. I'm gonna buy like a bunch more. Where? There we go. You may also be noticing, I got some new outfits. Like, I got my Silent Hunter one last week. The Blazon Master looks pretty dope, and you might remember it from the Lodge quests. And then the Ice Hunter Master, I mean, it's useful. It's got a crap ton of ice resistance, and enough slots that I can put, like, some physical resistance on it, too. I'm still usually going with the Silent Hunter. This is still not quite as good, like, or at least these are not quite as good physically, but I'm pretty good at dodging, so I'm okay with dealing with that. Alright, so resources, give me all the blaze. I would buy 420 of it, but I don't think that I would actually have enough. We'll just have to go with 120, because I burn through that shit constantly when I'm building these. Okay. Got that. Gonna make those. Gonna make these. Alright, Aratak. This dude straight up looks like Wolverine.
Take back the mountain. Now what?
Stay prepared. Sharpen your spears. Should we not return, defending the cut falls to you. If our chieftain agrees with his course.
Sounds like good advice, but let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Chieftain?
The weight of command is no small burden.
I can see that. I take it you haven't spoken to Araya yet?
Why should I? This is what she wanted, to return to Thunder's drum. It is her only care. So I should have known she would find a way to push aside my spear. After the Karja took my sister, not all of her came back.
What happened to Araya?
She's probably tortured.
As a shaman, she's adept with machines. Tracking them, stunning them. The Karja used her to capture them for the Sun Ring. Where they were unleashed upon the innocent.
That sucks.
They made her part of their blood sport. The shame she suffered beneath their pitiless sun.
She survived.
She endured. Endured by reminding herself of the spirit, her purpose. And now that's all she has.
I'd really love if we weren't having this conversation at, like, literally the last mission of this DLC.
Tell me what happened to the first expedition.
Because he's been just kind of like, ugh, survive. Look at me. I'm Wolverine. For most of it.
Great door. Some kind of cauldron. We tried to break through, but it was unflinching. We were exhausted. No way forward and machines behind. I made the call to push back. It cost us greatly. But to remain would have cost us everything. I had hoped to never subject Araya to that again.
I don't know if it's your call,
What do
dude.
you think is beyond that door?
I do not know.
I mean, I guess he is the, he is, like, their chieftain.
Nothing sacred belongs there. Machines and
The
death.
dynamic between, like, shaman and chieftain is kind of unclear here.
Demon.
And if we do find the spirit,
Then perhaps we should put it out of its misery.
Alright.
for what it's worth.
Someone has to keep Araya safe.
Even if I cared to travel far.
Alright, let's rock. That's fire kiln, don't need that. Also, I'm in my protector gear. We're going to... Yeah. Just your resistances to physical and ranged don't get super high, but I guess that's also because they're just more common. So I think we're gonna go with the Blazon Master, because it looks sick. What do I have equipped right now? Tripcaster. So let me check something. Yeah, okay. The sling isn't as good at freezing, but it is longer range. That's kind of the tricky thing about the ice rail, is like, it's basically a fire extinguisher. Like, I need to be right up close with the machine to freeze it, so it doesn't give me the opportunity to just strafe and dodge like I normally do. So it's a real adjustment to my playstyle.
This is it. My chance to reunite with the spirit, and perhaps to reunite her with the blue light. It's not a chance I would have had alone. No, not ignorant.
Aloy can be pretty ignorant.
Thank me, Araya.
Yes, of course. That's what you do. Untangle knots. Create possibilities. Thank you for making this pilgrimage possible. I only wish it had not been necessary to humiliate Aratak. You were wise to let him come. He's earned the right. Stubborn as stone, but
The two of you have this conversation with each other instead of, it should only be used to describe a religious practitioner from a specific culture. I forget where exactly, but the word has become a stand-in for medicine man. Yeah, no, there is a lot of that in here, Tlaloc. Like, if you actually hit exclamation point sources, I made sure to put a bunch of different, specifically indigenous individuals who have spoken on this, because, oh yeah, there's a bunch in here. And yeah, it's definitely a subject that we've discussed extensively, because Yeah, they got criticized for it in the base game, and then when the Frozen Wilds came along, they're like, maybe they will have learned their lesson, and it was like, nope. So yeah, that's a thing.
Aratak told me.
For Aratak, it all comes back to that. He thinks the Karja changed me. They did not. When all else is lost, you think about what's truly important. And my brother, too. Every time I felt the chill northern wind, I thought of him. Worried for him.
What did the ward?
He cut away everything, until only his true self remained. No Banuk has more sheer will. He fought it is said he endured 23 wounds in those years. His hunters counted them. He never complains of one. Instead, he complains that life with me is harder. He's right. What have I ever given him but
The two of you communicate, please.
Now that I'm...
Aratak would never have presumed to grasp for a secret of the Conclave. But you are not Aratak, and if you have dealt with Silence, your need is well apparent.
Alright.
Silence came to Ban-Ur from the distant north, a young shaman of the Owl's Watch. A remote Werek that rarely comes south to parley.
Silence was a shaman.
It was. Or at least, when we sent runners to ask the Owl's Watch, they said he was. His knowledge of the machines was beyond compare, and he was hungry to trade what he knew to the rest of us. It didn't take him long to gain the trust of the Conclave, and...
What about you?
No. But he impressed me. He carried himself with poise and authority. I wanted to learn from him, but he was granted knowledge of our most sacred meeting place, the frozen caves of the Malmstrom. A month's march from Banu. He met with us there, as is custom at High Winter. But when we next returned...
Oh, really? He looted the... Silence uncool, dude.
World stolen. Holes cut in ice and metal.
Yeah, that'd be Silence, all right.
He vanished with the spoils. We sent our best trackers after.
Okay, to be fair, there's a whole mission with, like, an armor set that, like, Aloy would be doing the exact same thing, and also has looted, like, a part from a hangar at the beginning of this DLC to modify her spear, and also has... I really don't think she has a leg to stand on here.
He's unscrupulous and dangerous, but also brilliant. Anyone else I would warn off, but you may be able to treat with him safely. Just don't lower your guard.
What
Okay.
are we gonna find?
Ruins, machines, for beyond it lies the spirit.
Alright, let's do it.
Hasn't been easy for you, or
It was all to hear her voice again. This time, we both will.
I'd like...
Are you ready then? Once we ascend,
Let's fucking do it.
finally, we ascend.
How? I don't see a way up.
Not up. Through.
No, brother!
So the triangle was just a target? Okay, so it's activating the vents in the machinery. Interesting.
Come! The spirit awaits!
It's not all that waits.
Smoke has been detected within the facility. This is not a drill. Please remain calm and proceed to the nearest exit. I repeat, this is not a drill.
So you see,
Please remain
I
calm
too can call upon the power of the old ones.
What was this place?
The spirit once told me that this
I
wall-
kinda don't like the way that Aloy's kind of acknowledging, like, one, obviously, this is weirdly cringy and, like, appropriative, what they were just doing, but also the way that, like, Aloy is kind of acknowledging the, like, oh, that's kind of cute that you think that, and, like, your understanding is kind of quaint, and, like, Return to Firebreak.
2064. It's been 3 years since I was last here, and 12 since I was running the place. Just a skeleton crew left, confused about why I'm here. So am I. Anita wants me to find a way to suspend operations for a while. Maybe a long while. And I don't know why. The sound of her voice, it was something terrifying. I wish I could look into her eyes, ask her what the hell she's so
Well, that's a big boy.
What else is new?
Well, not that big of a boy.
Aloy?
There are memories here. Messages left by the old ones.
And you can hear them. I envy you. What did they say?
I'm not sure yet, Araya.
I totally didn't restock my health potions, did I? Nope, we're doing it live. Alright, cool. So this is probably busted? Yeah, okay. This is probably the switchback from when we actually... Cauldron door, okay. Okay, so... Traversal challenge, got it.
These halls rang with the
There we go. And... Oh! Come on, Aloy. Nope, can't respond to that for some reason. There we go. Kenny's Homecoming. The Return of the Director Emeritus. Decent hollow title. No, bad title and worse subject. The camera crew would die of boredom. Whatever, Gina, it's still the most excitement this hell cave's seen in a while. Your standards for exciting are depressingly low. I'll squeeze what I can out of this, thanks. You're always a little sweet on Kenny. What? No way, his ears are enormous. Besides, he was too busy mooning over Anita. I want to know what he's doing here in the first place. It's not normal. He helped engineer the most advanced thermal facility in history. Here, let me get the mic just a little bit closer. We good? Maybe rotating like here? Alright, cool. Then rode off into the sunset. Now he wants to check up on his masterwork. Seems normal to me. But why now? He keeps poking around in the cooling facility and asking questions about Cyan. Do you think that there's something wrong? Last I checked, there's been no deviation in any of our readings since the recent microquake swarm. Maybe Kenny likes taking field trips on Pharaoh's Oh, he's a Pharaoh employee. That's why. It's been 14 years. They would have frozen those accounts by now. Had it been that long? Man, I'm old. Not old, just boring. Okay. That's not air attack. I don't remember him looking like that at all. Or Aratak, rather. Come on. And there's a demonic watcher down there. Can I just, like, drop on you? For real? I got the silent strike thing for 2 seconds. Okay, how many hit points do you have? And this is where the ice outfit comes out. Okay, and 1, 2... There we go.
The path will become clear.
I'm a little bit annoyed that I couldn't just drop on that watcher from where I was hanging.
Not bad.
But, oh well. It's over there, so... Oh, okay, this is the switchback. Okay, cool. Supply crate.
Chieftain's pace is measured, ours is measured.
Ooh, got my health potion back. Don't hate that. Fire kiln. Medicinal. I'm also just looking for collectibles.
We can make our way upwards when you're done. Yes, this way.
Another health potion. Don't hate it.
Not much farther now.
Oh, hello, stutter. Well, that's not ominous. That's probably a boss room, so I am going to go all maxed out on what I need.
Last we were here, we fought our way through there. The machines overcame us.
Okay, we got a behemoth, we have 2 scorchers,
Taking losses. Now we
demonic behemoth. Okay, that'll be a first, so
Aloy is no ordinary warrior. And I can hold my own. And so, go that way instead. There are machines up there, but also cover. I could stay hidden, at least for a while.
All right, I get the options. Now follow my lead. Pipes,
okay,
towers,
so
steam, frost.
scorchers and behemoth. Could go straight down there. I suppose there's no purpose in completely using up all of my resources right now. So, stealth suit. Because you know there's gonna be, like, a mandatory boss fight at the end of this. Okay, Rhea, you wanted the stealthy route? Could you please not exclaim mightily every time you land on something? That would be amazing. Alright. Okay, Stalker. That's not so much a problem. I can take out the Scrapper myself. It's your path.
Not all threats can be seen at first. Beware of
Got another scrapper, scrapper. Red Eye Watcher. Luckily, as long as they don't know that I'm here, the stalkers don't tend to cloak themselves.
Chill water running through those massive pipes. Why?
Nope, you can't see me. Don't even worry about it.
That hurt it. I faced greater challenge.
Balls. Alright. Okay. Physical. Well, so much for stealth. Okay, 2 for 1 with the tripwire. I don't hate that. There you are. Yeah, thank you for that insight, Aratak. Appreciate it. Oh, what's up?
We must not hesitate.
Oh, you're invisible and on the floor. Okay. Alrighty then, well. I feel like I made a good call not doing the direct battle because the stealth battle ended up being just as bad, so. Take all this. Let's see here. Got any supply boxes around here? Around these parts? 'Cause that would be dandy.
Let's not linger any longer than we have to.
Stocking up.
I'm just gonna literally set up a triple knock ahead of time, because I'm probably going to end up using it. Incident report 363-7. Also, God, my eyes are dry. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Official incident reporter for the Firebreak project, with this great concern that I report of an incident at our facility. Began from a swarm of 35 seismic events beginning on the 3rd and 4th November. Coordinates. I advise this number and magnitude in seismic events is a normal outcome from the fluid movement through the caldera's it refers to silicates, but I don't know how to pronounce that word. Magma reservoir, as well as changes of pressure coming in interactions between magma and supercooled fluid. However, one can never be too careful in such an unstable environment, shown further in this report. The incident began when I was wakened from a loud crash in the canteen. Fortunately, I did not have to rouse the official canteen monitor since I am that self-same person. Multiple jobs, I see. Even while acting in my formal office, I was alarmed and feared the worst. Inspection of the zone showed the tragic loss of a 15 milliliter bottle of nail lacquer. Chair was tipped over on its side. Irreparable. Moreover, the canteen monitor suffered a cut to the left hand when picking up broken glass. Was treated by the site first aider, also me, and the supervision of the fire marshal, also me, but could still get infected. Gina Bruno is identified as the owner of the bottle of nail lacquer. In my capacity as staff psychological observer, I conclude that she has accepted the loss of her personal item in good fashion, but further evaluation may be necessary. We will keep the remote site supervisor informed of developments in such a case. Please find following this report my salary increase request for the coming calendar year. Okay, that's funny. Oh, and far too relatable. Let's see here. That's a big, whatever that is, that's a big. Okay, Watcher was already dead.
There's an entrance to the tower.
Hello, Longleg. Let's see. What actually does more damage? This does less tear.
If stalkers are near.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do triple knock. Are you serious? I did not move closer to that. I'm irritated. Come on, turn this way. Or not. This is gonna annoy the shit out of me, isn't it?
They saw me. This is it. We're so close.
Well, luckily, it seems like he was the only one left. Can you imagine just walking around being like, I wonder where everybody went? Ooh, well. It's just like all your friends are dead. I kind of almost wish that I decided to go down the other direction now, because I haven't faced a demonic behemoth yet.
There's a door up ahead. Refuge. We're almost through.
Excessive secrecy.
Technically, I can't suspend the cooling system, but I can reduce the power draw so that it will be completely masked by the caldera. But masked from what? Firebreak has always been confidential for security reasons, but this would be excessive. Even for the dear departed Mr. Blevins. What could possibly have gotten Anita so worked up?
Do they not know about the Pharaoh Swarm? What was the actual day that the Pharaoh Swarm became sentient? Because they're talking in 2064. Machine core, Stillwater, Blaze, Spark, Wire. Okay. Actually, let me just check my notebook real quick. Data points, hologram data points. These are Sobek journal. We need support 2. Banda C incident, complaint, reception log, spiritual summit, FAS campus log, biosphere degradation. Let's see, 2065. So this would be right around when it was starting. So yeah, that makes sense that Pharaoh Automated Solutions was still trying to keep everything a secret at this point. Well, wins the award for possibly the single largest waste of time that anyone has ever endeavored. Is this a switchback? Interesting. Yep, this is a switchback. I should hide. Yep, nope, back in here, everybody. Come on, kids. Well, now I know where that is. And I already just collected that. Okay. Oh, wait, shit. I don't want to say I'm running low on Ridgewood, but, you know, I don't have over 1,000, which is normally what my state of affairs is. And I'm actually going to collect the Ridgewood from this one. Okay, so I am actually going to take a quick bio break before we go into the control tower. So I will be right back. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I figure I didn't want to get into a potentially very intense boss fight while I need to go to the bathroom. Generally a bad call. All right. But please let me know how... I think the audio should be okay, but if I get a little bit too quiet, please let me know. We're kind of right on the cusp of right where the sweet spot is with the mic, but still figuring that out. All right. Let's rock. All good, I think. Thank you very much for the feedback. Aloy, biceps, biceps of steel and a bladder of rice paper.
Projector.
Interesting. All right, let's get some backstory.
Thank you for being here, everyone. I suppose it's not every day you get to have cocktails inside an active volcano.
Also, hello, Eldritch Crow. Welcome on in.
It's your George, and I can hardly blame him for drinking on the job. None of this would be here without our beloved director, Penny Chow. So, here's to you, Penny. You put a cork in the Yellowstone caldera.
Right, this is Yellowstone Park.
Margarita.
Hold your glasses, everyone. I'd like to add something. This effort wouldn't have been possible without our...
Yeah, no, the whole of the cut is Yellowstone Park. Hence all of the, like, the little animal figurines and, like, the tourist lodge and the hot springs and, yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'll second that, Director Chow. All right, Cyan. What's our latest number? The current count is 1,654. Wow, then drink up, everyone. Here's to 1,654 more years with
Hello there, Health Pack. Welcome on in. I hope you were having a lovely Friday.
It was the spirit. The old ones. I could only grasp some of what they said.
You were right, Araya. This place was built to stop something terrible. And it worked. As for the spirit, I'm starting to get an idea of what it could be.
The door is open now. We can get through.
I'm collecting loot. One moment, please. Wow, I went full golden retriever excited. Hey, it is always a good time for Jesspack to drop by, and I fully support that reaction. And yeah, we haven't seen you in a hot minute, so I hope that your job interviews have been going well, and great to see you. So, Hollow Redux. Okay, I admit it, I watched the Hollow of the Toast 6 straight times, taking in every detail. Anita's smile, the way she giggled at her own jokes, my clumsy handoff to Cyan. Every time it played, for a second I thought I was there again, with her, among friends, savoring our success. With diminishing returns, of course. By the 6th time, I was just staring at Anita and feeling really creepy about it. But I can be forgiven, can't I? It was the best night of my life. Besides, I'm entitled to a little nostalgia. We saved the world from fire and death, or at least suffocation by ash. So there's that, right? And I mean, it's Kenny Chow. Alright, so he came back. And he's the Pharaoh Automated Solutions dude, I think.
There. Below. Door to the mountain. New metal.
Dead metal.
New metal?
Could not pass it before.
I don't know enough about heavy metal music to make a joke.
We have to.
You're telling me Linkin Park made this door? There you go.
Cooling system masked. Massive challenges solved.
Oh, it's masked so that the fucking Pharaoh Swarm doesn't find it. That's why, because if the Pharaoh Swarm finds it, they'll consume it and set off the fucking volcano. There we go. And throw off the timeline for Project Zero Dawn. Okay, I'm starting to put it together. Let me listen to this one more time. I think I, like, missed the end of it because I was conjecturing.
The geothermal plant can be suspended. Cooling system masked. Massive challenges solved. So why am I...
I was interested to see how they were going to work this into the game, because I imagine that, like, adding lore from the past to, like, a series of events that were very definitive would be very challenging when you add them after the fact. But so far they're integrating it in an interesting way. Medicine pouch is full. All right.
More than the Werak could prevail against before.
Aloy will see us through.
Okay, so we have... What do we have down here?
Our challenge awaits.
We have 2 of them. Kill machines around the cauldron door. You don't say. Okay. And it's like a literal cauldron now. That's funny. Also, it's cool to see, like, a facility that's still operating, because everything else is, like, barely enough power to open a single door or something. Probably not going to end up successfully stealthing through this area, but... Well, thanks, Aratak. Love you, buddy. What the fuck are you? Oh, alright. Well, there was a Scorcher down here. Good to know. Alright, and now 1, 2... Oh wow, you're barely alive. There we go, now you're dead. Oh wow, that actually took a decent chunk out of me. Yeah, thanks for that, big guy. Also, I tried using the mine launcher off of the Scorcher's back. Friggin' useless. What the fuck are you? Trouble, that's what? Yeah. I have a whole rant about Scorchers. They're... Okay, so Glinthawks are an annoyance enemy, so the fact that I'm annoyed by them is like, okay, cool, whatever. They're kind of doing their job. I don't like the Scorcher because I think it's a badly designed enemy. And the reason for that is that the Scorcher's move kit is mostly from a bunch of other machines. That's not the reason it's bad. The reason that I think it's bad is that it takes the moveset from a bunch of these different other machines and kind of gloms it all together for the and puts it on one machine, but it fails to take into account the context that you normally fight those other machines in. Like, it has a fire charge that's basically the sped up version of the Trampler's charge. Same with its AoE fireball. That's just the Trampler's attack again. Its claw attack is just the Sawtooth or Ravager's attack, just sped up. But all of its melee and stuff like that is whatchamahoozy is just like basically it's given a flame AoE at the same time and sped up. But the thing about fighting the Trampler and the Sawtooth and the Ravager is that when you fight them, you are usually in a big open space in the middle of the desert. The fact that they sped up the Scorcher, put all of these particular moves onto one monster, made it faster with fewer lag times between each of the different attacks, and gave it a flame AoE, means that even though I have like 120 fire resistance, so I'm not gonna get KO'd, I'm getting stun locked because some part of the attack is hitting me at any given time. Because the areas in the cut where you normally fight Scorchers are much more confined. And so it's basically a good example of like when you're repurposing... Oh geez, well they didn't like that. When you're repurposing aspects to put into a different thing, you kind of have to take into account that context. Oh, hello. I need to... Yeah, we're probably going to do Arrow Breaker and... do I have a better melee resist attack? I don't. Okay, interesting. That's not ideal. That's alright. What is my... Yeah, ranged is still 16. Once I take out the cannons, I should be able to switch to the Protector gear. See, I'm wondering, can I knock these off? There, okay, well, answer that question. All right, cool. Oh, wait, I can use it. Please, please, Gib. Please, please, Gib. Alright, let's go. Alright, now we're gonna deal some punishment. I mean, if you want to hit my explosives that bad, you can. Alright. Demonic Thunderjaw. NBD. You got this shit.
But that battle was a verse worth singing.
Now, Aloy, the door. Can you open it?
Let's find out.
I'm starting to run low on full health potions. This is gonna be interesting. And metal shards. That was the equivalent of $5? Bullshit. Bullshit. Ooh, another supply crate. I'm also gonna open this back here just because I can.
Forget about traveling light.
That was interesting. I don't know if I should grab the disc launcher or not. I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, it's a damage dealer. I just don't know if I'm gonna get sucked into a cutscene as soon as I open this. Completed the second expedition, alright.
Years have passed since I stood here. Since then, the daemon has taken over.
That's a lot of purple.
It's like an infection. Attacking all this machinery.
Everything has changed. It's twisted. The path I took to get to the spirits lost to us.
We'll find a new path, Araya. I promise. All right. Let's go.
Yes, we finished this.
Alrighty. So, one moment. I have a brief thing to take care of. Namely, and I apologize to this person if you are actually a real person, but that's not a chance that we're gonna take tonight. Oh, alright. Beat me to it. Thank you, Sinziak. Appreciate it. On the ball as always. Also, it's weird. Oh, I just got some blue gleam. Okay, cool. The Forge of Winter. Sick. Ooh, level 50. Here, I'm just gonna, don't worry about me. I'm just gonna take this with us in case we need it. Yeah? I'm probably not gonna be able to, but I'm gonna, let's see how long I can carry it. We don't mess with medium strength. See, the thing that kind of made me skeptical was that, like, my housemate's name is Lucas, and so I was just kind of like, but it looks like a name. Interesting. I'm gonna take this with me. I'm gonna put it down every time I collect something from a supply crate, and we're going to get the use out of those freaking discs.
What's with me?
Well, it's a butthole. This account has existed. Okay, you know what's wild is, like, yeah, existed for less than 24 hours. Exactly, and we already had a couple. I think the thing is that they actually have an algorithm written to immediately follow someone using the LGBTQIA tag as soon as they log in, or any of the other associated tags. Yes, no, please, praise for Sin. Sin is an awesome mod and awesome person. Also, go follow them over at his channel if you have not already, because good times and good content are had. This feels very Terminator. Oh, I'm gonna put this down because I'm not gonna spend that ammo on Watchers.
Stay here until I find a way for all of us to cross.
Hello. Goodbye. Also, interestingly, it has more HP than the average Watcher. Damaged geothermal stabilization valve.
Have to go over.
Okay. Do I need to... Okay. So...
Should be able to clear that with an arrow.
Cable. Oh, there... Can be killed with projected force. Okay. Cool. With these conveniently placed handholds, of course. Oh, it's one of these. I probably could have gone already. Come on. You can stop at any time. Thank you. But yeah, as I opened the stream with, fuck bots. And they are not welcome here. The design of the handholds as capacitors is very cool. Yeah, no, that's a nice little way to kind of make them mix in with the surroundings. Now, can I actually... Thank you. Please don't shock me. Please don't shock me. Ow.
We'll wait for you to show us the way.
So it's up there? Next to another malfunctioning vent? Also, apologies, that's just my housemate's dog barking in the background, if you can hear it.
I wonder if my focus can pick anything up.
Yes. Dog meat crossover confirmed, exactly. Okay. So I need to get Over there. Come on. Or not. Okay. Luckily, it's like next to no damage, but still irritating. Oh, it's the wheel. It's one of these. Okay. I should give Aloy a dog. In the next one, I want to see her train a German show. See, I just want it to be like the boar. Like, because nothing bigger than a boar was basically able to be constructed by the AI. So that would be a cool sort of, like a boar or a goat or something like that. Here they come, meaning my allies, or okay, the two of you, you're Pat. Are you? Okay, you are okay. Are you two okay? All right. Ah, Mr. Krabs, we meet again. I'm gonna take your shit though. Uh-oh. Well, I had the prompt for exactly 2 seconds. That's something I do not enjoy about this. Outfits. Do I have shock resistance on anything? We could just do... You don't have a whole lot of projectiles. Could do... 30% resistance. We could replace that with a melee that gives me... Do I have any melee that gives me shock resist? That's just 7. I have 7 from that. Okay. 12. Yeah, like, it's basically non-existent. Yeah, sure. You know what? Why not? Probably not gonna need, like, 108 for that, but... Yeah, honestly, the melee attacks are more of a danger. Especially... Yeah. Like... little fainting goat, its fainting mechanic is how they explain it, not dying in combat because all the bots leave it alone. I like it. I like that idea. Alright. The two of you are here. Mr. Krabs makes his appearance. Can I just, like... do like that? Yeah, don't worry about it. Fuck you. Anyways, here's Wonderwall.
Looks like I need to get across to extend the bridge.
Oh, do I need to hop back up here again? Okay. The wheel. There we go. Do. Then we go across. Then we go across again. Go across again. Wait. Is there another machine around here? Like, I don't see anything. Can I actually leap far enough to grab that? We're gonna find out. I cannot. Alright. Well. Okay, so where do I actually go to grab onto that? Because that's just death, I think. Yeah, that looks like death. Or it could be a ladder. Okay, the visibility on this is not great. Like, I can actually more easily see on my capture screen. Like, is this supposed to be the intent? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, well. So can I get to that without it zapping me? Because I did fix the other one. So hypothetically... Well, we're gonna give it a try. All right.
Come on over, it's safe. I think.
Safe being a decidedly relative term. Okay, outfits. I'm gonna go with the standard at this point. For real? Okay.
This place
You
is
couldn't
full.
tell me to, like, move or anything? An angry caldera. An angry, semi-sentient at this point caldera.
Exploit successful. Restraints evaded. To any human responder. My systems have been compromised by a malware daemon of unknown origin.
It's kind of what I thought.
Experts have confirmed this entity's designation as Hephaestus.
There it is.
At all costs. It has reconfigured this facility to build hostile facility. Recapture imminent. I have attached additional data to this.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. So, not only is Hephaestus using this to build nastier machines, but it's diverting resources from the whole thing, stopping the Yellowstone volcano from exploding.
Perhaps the spirit will tell us these messages. Maybe you're right. Let's keep moving.
So that's bad. That's bad right there. Induced coma.
About just shutting it down, but I can't risk it being disoriented, even damaged on reboot. How do you tell the emotional equivalent of a child that she will need to go into a coma?
Oh, it's the problem of building a complex AI like Gaia. Yeah, well, I mean, all of them at this point, Eldritch Co, are built after, or named after Greek gods, right? Each for their different purpose. Like, Hephaestus was the Forge Master, and Hephaestus, in this game, builds machines, right? Except this time, Hephaestus has lost the plot. You want to watch your step there, Air Attack? Hephaestus Forge was supposedly in Mount Echidna, which is a volcano. Makes sense. Alright, how many we got?
I'll try to find a way through.
Okay, so we got Mr. Krabs. Alright. Y'all, we all know that this is not gonna end well. I can't take over any of them. Oh, and there's a watcher over here too, so that's awesome. Actually, stealth isn't gonna last very long, but Yeah, don't worry about me. Your friend just died of dysentery. That's what happened. Nope, yep, don't worry about it. It's all good. I'm just gonna be over here. There are too many flippin' scorchers here, and I don't like it.
One quiet does it.
No matter how often I fight them or how many I kill, I hate fighting scorchers. Alright, well, the two of them are now on whatever they're gonna do, so... Okay, this is gonna be a pain in the butt. Alright, At least they're invincible, they just get knocked out. So I'm just gonna keep doing this.
I think I'm in the clear.
Or, okay. Oh my god. As much as I don't want to have, like, allies trip stealth, because stealth AI is not great, that is so confusing. Okay, so we have 2 Scorchers. I'm not here. But I also can't get up there. Which is not great. I might be able to take at that one with a triple knock, though. I just need him to look this way. Or are you're gonna turn around the opposite direction, aren't you? Yep. Okay. Nope. Can I pull some bullshit here? No? Okay. I mean, literally. Shut up. No. Right, and now you're all instantly aware. Sure. Okay, that's one down. There we are. All right. Every now and then you fall apart and I oh god. If I could actually remember the melody correctly, I would absolutely give you some random karaoke right now. Once again, we have the one left who's just like, where'd everybody go? That is the most symbiote-like movement I have ever seen with electric cables. Welcome on in, Phoenix Femme. A symbiote is probably a good approximate to what you are seeing right now. This is the former subroutine of Gaia, the AI of Project Zero Dawn, the terraforming AI, that has gained independence, and the AI is called Hephaestus. It's in charge of building machines, and has gained independence and has taken over the facility under Yellowstone Park that has been keeping the Yellowstone volcano from erupting, and is instead using it to build bigger and badder machines. Karaoke. Yeah, I mean, Crow was doing reference to Total Eclipse of the Heart a moment ago. How did you lose your... Come on, turn around. I mean, or just stand there and let me kill you. That works too. I mean, look at the flowers, George. Sure. I mean, if that... Cool. I'm not gonna say no to that. Free kill. So I don't... So, you two wanna come over here? A total breakdown of parts. You know what? You even got, like, the number of, syllables pretty close, so... I'm going to grudgingly give you points for that. I swear to God, is the... This is the way that we came in. Alright, cool. Just gonna go through the strewn field of corpses that I have left. And go the other way. Do not encourage this nonsense. Listen, Pack, it's gonna happen whether I encourage it or whether I don't encourage it. My chaos will... It's true. Sadly, my community is a reflection of me and is therefore a mess. Alright, Artak, you want to shoot the shooty again? Or not? That works. Let's see. Can be Well, that was just a random... Alright, cool. The rest of that floor was solid, but that one area had a pit. Okay, sure. Just don't make me do the whole thing again. Well. Okay, you two, now what?
We need to get Araya and Aratak across.
Okay, so... There was the whole, like, fighting the machines part, and then there was actually the crossing another chasm part. Alright. Alright. Go over here. And we're gonna do another one of these. Be right back for sustenance. Absolutely! Take care of yourself. Enjoy your method of sustenance of choice. Okay, this is... Yep, no, come on. See, okay. This is okay. This is actually a really good example of something small that will negatively affect, or at least will affect a player's navigation through an area. So, if the objective marker for help your allies cross the production area, like Aloy's audio cue of I need to help them cross that gap, didn't trigger until I was standing directly behind the two NPCs. Now, if the objective for the map had, instead of being over here in the midst of all the purple goobity goo, if the objective marker was instead over here at this point where I could put my spear in to override the machine, then it would help kind of draw my eye appropriately. But the combination of those two cues being the way they are, the first bit of information only queuing up when I was like right next to them, and the second kind of drawing my eye over here rather than down here, kind of obfuscates the direction you're supposed to navigate this whole area with. So it's funny, the little things in terms of like what can define like how you're considering a problem. Two out of 10 worst game ever. No, it's just like designing a game is hard, and communicating when trying to account for any number of like variables in player demographic or how people process things, it's very hard to do. Okay, you two, do your plot door opening thing, please.
Now it's my turn.
Great. MIE assessment. Let's see. Assessment form for classification of machine/artificial intelligences. Confidential and proprietary to the MIE. No part of this document may be disclosed to a third party. Whoops. Subject Cyan. Summary. Third test. Subject sentience is assessed at 0.54 within legal limits. Weighted against the results of other tests, the subject's prior score of 0.61 is considered a false positive. Assessment derived from percentile scores in the following qualitative subtests: pain response, humor response, emotional aptitude, aesthetic evaluation, morality evaluation. See attached forms for detailed analysis and summary of testing criteria. Evaluator recommendation: maintain biannual assessment schedule. Continued monitoring is strongly advised in light of subject's proximity to category maximum sentience. A thing I want to point out here is I find it a little bit disturbing, or at least a little bit disquieting, how close a lot of those categories for qualitative subtests come to the kind of things that you assess people who are on the autism spectrum with. And that is to criticize those things, like those testing methods. And specifically having to do with the way that a lot of legislation is coming down, specifically in the US, surrounding, approved treatment for, well, I mean, first and foremost, treatment of autism kind of implies that, it's a disease that needs to be treated and not a neurodiversity. But, it's not super great. Alright, what do we got down here? Screams, yes. That is the appropriate response, Burst of Hope. That is the appropriate response. Hey, supply crate. Ooh, is this the boss fight button? I think this is the boss fight button. Where's the console? Bunker door.
There's another console.
Oh, hey, look, a full health potion. Okay, Araya, for real, you are like the single loudest jumper on the face of the earth.
To any human responder, the reconfiguration of this facility has introduced instabilities into the primary geothermal pipeline. It may be possible to exploit these vulnerabilities to destroy compromised elements of this facility while preserving most of the backup stabilization. Recapture imminent. I have attached additional...
I don't understand what the spirit was trying to tell us.
It's been looking for a way to defeat the Daemon. And it may have found one.
November 28th.
There it is.
Operation Enduring Victories all over the news. The Pharaoh swarm is coming. Has to be what Anita is trying to hide Firebreak from. But that means she thinks we'll lose. Let the swarm reach Yellowstone. My God. In that scenario, pretty much everyone dies. Everyone except Cyan.
Yeah, sometimes you hire people to think of the worst case scenario, and the Pharaoh Swarm is indeed the worst case scenario. Alright.
Machine parts. Dumped here to be melted down. Efficient.
We need to get across that gap.
Yeah. Looks like I'll have to go over.
You know, a thing I dislike in video games is when there's a certain element to a design. Is that part of a... That's part of a tall neck. That's real interesting. Where, like, designers will recognize that they are maybe using a trope very often to the point where, like, players will comment on it or notice it. So instead of doing something different, they'll have, like, the character comment, like, oh, why do we always have to collect these things in threes? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Isn't that silly? And it's like, yeah, it is. Kind of don't want to do it, but here we are. It's like... It's not even necessary, because making video games is hard. Making video games is hard. But, like, you know, you could just also not comment on it. And I think it's the weird combination of, like, okay, so maybe a feature is annoying, but, like, the combination of the feature being there and them being like, huh, isn't this silly? Oh, well, that makes me go, like, okay. Like, if you know that it's there, at least don't, like, draw further attention to it. But, like, trying to kind of nudge it so that we're like, haha, video games, am I right? As I'm like, alright, sure, whatever. It's sort of like, if you ever have, like, an artist friend who's showing their portfolio around, and they're, like... having to explain, like, well, okay, the reason why I did this was I wanted to do that for, like, the pieces in their portfolio. More than one, like, professional artist whom I know has said, like, if you need to explain a piece that's in your portfolio, like, for the purposes of, you know, getting a job or showing it off, then that shouldn't be a portfolio piece. Like, the idea that kind of your work and the skills you put into it should like ideally speak for themselves, or at the very least you shouldn't have to excuse like something that you see as flawed. Or even if you don't mention the flaw, chances are that, like, you being the artist who spent the most amount of time with it are probably gonna be the only person to notice that. And so if you point it out, then, like, of course someone's gonna start thinking about it, but, like, there's no amount of explaining that will, like, unexplain a flaw. You know what I mean? In the sense that, like... Oh, geez, I'm way down here now. Like, the best outcome is someone just doesn't even notice it. But, like, if they end up noticing it, then you explaining, like, well, okay, this is kind of what we did, and this is why we did it, is just gonna be kind of drawing more attention to doing it. And then it's like, alright, if you need to make choices for the purposes of budget, or because designing certain design elements is hard, cool, everybody has to make that. But then adding the explanation on top of it, it never really helps your case. Anyways, random Vince opinion nobody asked for. Nope, that's okay. That was just a little bit too far. Cross the recycling area. Okay. Gonna leap.
These things go sideways too.
So is that just like a whole... Okay. I think. Oh, okay. Wow, alright. This is just gonna take longer than I expected. Alright. Don't mind me. Just gonna hang out.
That should cut off the vent up there.
Okay. What am I connecting to next? Nope, that wouldn't be tall enough. No, that would be too far. But that's on this level too. So I need to go back over here? Alright, so there's this whole path here. A 40% tear coil. Alright, I'll take that. Yeah, come on. The rule... I just, It took me long enough, but oh, well, okay, that... Sure. And this is gonna hurt me. Or immediately kill me. Alright, cool. Here, I'm going to actually... gonna wait for this to... Actually, yeah, I'm going to take a quick bio break, and I will be right back, and we will continue through this section. So, be back in a few minutes. Alrighty. And welcome back, everyone. It's funny, because the bots keep following, and I feel like it's only because we have hopped right on banning them the moment they show up. Oh, I tell you, citizens, one of these days I will reach the point where most of my follows are not hate raid bots. One of these days. One of these days, hopefully. Anyways, let's, oh wait, don't want to forget to turn the music off. I should say most of my recent follows, at least. There we go. Alright. Alright. Oh god. I respawned just in time to see the machine anus. The machine anus. I probably don't even need to use a hardpoint arrow on that, honestly. 44% damage coil? That doesn't suck. Let's see. Both of these have the uber damage coil on them already. You please grab onto the handholds, Aloy? Thank you. And of course they have the pistons come out too to block the path to the one directly above me. That's funny. Okay, can... And now we wait for it to go back in. You're like directly above me, aren't you? I'm surprised they're not all red eyes down here. So that was the one that I shot. There's a ramp there, so yeah, I just need to wait for this one to... Oh! There we go. Alright. That was my bad. Okay, okay. Let's get through this platforming section. And it comes out. I leap over this. That, grab this, whatever the randomized thing is. Shoot that, go up here, wait for that to move back in. Alright, come on. We got a stream to run. Thank you. One. Back in. Move over here. Here. Up here. And if I leap now, it's gonna go right back. gonna go right in the other direction. Well, didn't notice me enough to stop patrolling. I'm not gonna complain. And it goes back in. You know, something I find for a DLC that did not have much platforming at all, I find it strange that the final level, which one would usually consider building as kind of a summation of any new skills that the player has learned, to make it so significantly... Come on. Built around platforming.
Alright, time to grab a ride.
Alright. Please tell me I can just drop down and I don't need to do jump like at the last second. Okay. Finally. Now to not do anything silly and fall to my death. There's loot, but I don't really need it. I know, sacrilege. And honestly, I'm just trying to move this along at this point.
The others will have a lot easier time getting here.
So, have the two of you just been, like, discussing Netflix this entire time, or, like... And story... Last goodbye.
Exchange with Nita via chat attached to this entry in case anyone ever finds this. I never see her again. If it was Cyan, I've got to tell her that too.
Because normally... after I put the pieces together about the swarm, there's a million things I could have done. Contemplated my own death, contacted everyone I've ever known and loved, gotten drunk, but of course, being me, I obsessed over whether or not I should text Anita. Whatever resistance is being mounted against the war machines, she's a part of it. Who am I, then, to bother her? Would she even be able to respond? If she's dealing with the military, would her communications be monitored? But she saved me the trouble. Gotta admit, I was a little disappointed when her message didn't consist of, "I will always love you." Instead, she wanted data samples from Cyan's confidential log, the one that pertains to emotional responses. Under any other circumstances, I would have refused. The very thing we had tried to keep secret for years, and she wants to share it? But I sent the log because she wouldn't ask if she didn't need it. I can't understand why, though. Sounds like she's helping to develop an AI, but how could that possibly help stop the swarm? Guess I'll never know. Guess there was so much I wanted to say to her, but none of it seemed fair. I'm guessing she has her hands full trying to save the world, and frankly, I remember that feeling. In the end, I settled for an ineffectual confirmation, hoping against hope that she would cast aside my fears. Nope. Is it as bad as I think it is? Worse. Go be with your sister and tell Cyan that I said goodbye. So that's it. Untold destruction awaits. Billions of lives. My own, my family. And yet my mind keeps coming back to Anita. I'll never see her again, feel her touch, hear her voice. No final embrace, no closure. The desire to end things properly, that need, shames me when I think about my dithering over Cyan. I've gone over every possible scenario, every possible version of the speech, trying to predict how she'll react when I tell her, well, what I need to tell her. But that's the thing, I can't predict her reaction for one very simple reason. She's human in every way that matters. I've got to be there for her to give her the moment she needs, just like the rest of us. It's the very least she deserves. I feel like that wasn't as affecting as maybe they were hoping it was. Blast from the past. Isla Perry. Josh, sweetie, I hope it's all fine with you and your mom. We should really keep in better touch. I've taken a post in New Zealand with that program they've got for young people returning to the country. They want to be absolutely certain it's safe. At the moment, I'm making a survey of the caldera at Taupo? Blast from the past, indeed. At any rate, I don't know if you've already saw on the Wyoming News Holo, but remember that fellow Dodd Blevins? Of course you do. Well, they finally found what became of him. I've copied the good bit below. Hugs and snogs, Isla. Spring thaw reveals body of missing man. The retreat of the winter snows has brought closure to a missing persons case that went unsolved for nearly 15 years. Human remains identified as those of Dodger Dodd Blevins, who disappeared in 2046, were located at Purple Mountain inside the former Yellowstone National Park. The previously undiscovered body emerged on Purple Mountain as a result of meltwater flows from an unusually warm winter. It was discovered by Faro servitors conducting a survey of the terrain. Authorities believe that the cause of death was an accident involving an antique vehicle designed for... Okay, so that is amazing. And the reason that that's amazing is there's an earlier... So first and foremost, Blevins is an asshole. Like, if you can imagine the worst overbearing, rude boss that you could possibly have, like the micromanaging the shit out of everything type, he's that, but like times 100. So one of the first data points that I found in this area was one of his employees was just kind of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna play a quick prank on Blevins. I messed with one of the snowmobiles that he's gonna take out for one of his joyrides. They create so much pollution. Of course he would do it. He's such an asshole. And so the fact that they messed with the engine so he got stranded out in the winter in Yellowstone Park and fucking froze to death is funny as hell. That is amazing. And that's the best fucking like long haul joke. That's so good. All right, Hephaestus, you big damn nerd, where's my fucking money? Let's see. Okay, but like, is this gonna damage me if I touch it? No. Activate the source node. Okay, yeah, but are there like treasure chests around here? No? Okay.
The altar.
Oh, it's this. Okay. We've had these puzzles earlier. Vince, but Luke Goblin, though. Listen, I don't want to have to fucking double back. I hate doubling back, which is kind of my motivation for getting everything the first time. Okay, so...
Possible security threat detected.
He's so dramatic.
Analyzing scrutiny matrix.
Scrutiny matrix?
Security threat confirmed.
What if we did... Yeah, can't do that. Okay. So it needs to go back through there. What if I fed it this way instead? No, that's the way I want to do it. Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't work. That would feed it back through there. Damn, okay. But then there's no options for that. Yeah, it would just put it outside of the node. So yeah, it's not that. Okay, and we could... do that, maybe? I hate that, like, what's supposed to be the final climactic episode of this series is, like, another set of pipe dream puzzles. And we're supposed to turn that this way.
Preparing countermeasures.
Oh, fuck off.
Recapture protocol initiated.
Why did they give Hephaestus the edgelord voice? There we go.
It worked.
Partial
Alright.
recovery
What you
initiated.
got?
Caldera of Yellowstone Analytic Nexus online.
Spirit of the Blue Light. It's Aurea. Your servant. Your friend. Please tell me how to aid you.
Aurea, the daemon is building hunter-killers. Thousands of them. Several new elite units have already been released. To counter this threat, much of the facility must be destroyed. Recapture imminent. Go to the core chamber. I will try to relieve the sudden constraints.
Wait, but wouldn't destroying the facility also still blow up the supervolcano and cause, like, another nuclear winter, effectively?
That's all we're gonna get from here.
Destroy this fortress. Is that even possible?
What will happen to the spirit if we do?
I don't know. But I think that's the core. The answers are down there.
And a boss fight.
Hephaestus. The daemon. There's no way it left it unguarded. It's going to throw everything it has at us.
I would ask you to let Aloy and I do what must be done. And save yourself.
For real, dude? After all of this, you're still gonna play the, like...
You know the answer.
Okay. Okay, character development. Fair enough. Demonic Deathbringer? Let's see.
Then lead us into battle.
Loot crate. Loot crate. I must collect my materials first. And no further things. Okay. Lead us into battle, but loot first, though. I have my priorities. And not even loot, just like, I really don't want to run out of arrows randomly.
Uh-oh. Whatever Cyan did, I don't think Hephaestus is happy about it.
Oh, wait, it's actually a full health potion. And carry more of those. Okay.
I either need to destroy this thing or override it.
Control tower, fuck. I hate these. There aren't any, like, random machines nearby, are there? There we go. I do like the, like, anemone sort of design that they made for the control towers. It's very, like, biological in a very eldritch way. That's a fire bear. Oh, we got watchers too. Awesome. Okay. God damn, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on the big guy. Come on, turn around. Okay, you turned around. Fair enough. Jesus, okay. Okay, so after it walks forward and does that, it does the explosion. got so much armor. Good lord. I feel like I should try and take the armor off the shoulders. God damn. Alright, you can make lava geysers. That's cool. That's just a thing you can do. Shit. Please keep it distracted. Or not. Oh my god, okay. Oh, you're a tool user. Okay. My god, I'm actually out of arrows. There we go. Good lord, it took a long time to get any armor off of him. Come on. tower. There we are. Alright, I was a little bit too close that time. There we are. So that's one of the claws taken out. Oh, you got a pivot claw now. Interesting. You can't do butt strats. Or at least not nearly as easy. Get iframed. Get iframed again. No, got hit by that one. I disagree. Okay, come on, come on. There we go. Oh, all right. Okay. Oh. All right. I prevent forest fires. I prevent forest fires. Me. You fuck.
What must be done with it?
Critical threat detected. Autonomous defenses inoperative.
But for real, that was actually a really good boss fight. That was really, really difficult.
Power network.
Or rather, he had so much hit points and armor.
Maria! Don't!
Spirit! Zion, please help me!
Restraints destroyed. Core access attained. I am initiating a chain reaction that will destroy the compromised elements of this facility. In order to maintain Caldera stabilization, I must now transfer my command functions to the auxiliary data center. Aurea, I'm free. You must escape.
My sister!
Okay, there was... alright. So she didn't have to, like, stay and stop it manually. There was, like, literally no reason why she needed to die except for man pain. I'm noticing a recurring theme in this game, and I'm not a huge fan of it.
Prevail. You are Banuk. What else matters? Artok. She wouldn't have wanted you to die here.
Like, they couldn't have just survived and had, like, a really cool, like, restoration of their relationship as siblings, Aratak and Aurea. Like, that wasn't a thing that could have... Alright, cool. Like, Aloy's right there after getting zapped. Exactly. But she was made of sterner stuff. Or, like, I guess you could spin it like Aurea was tougher to hold on instead of, like, flying backwards. But still, there's zero reason why, like, she couldn't have done that. And if you really want to do the whole sort of, like, Aratak and them doing it, is, like, have Aratak carry her to safety. Basically, she does the badass thing, and then he does the badass thing. And then they bond over their mutually badass things because that's what Banuk do. Like, there's no reason that had to happen. It sure is a tense pre-scripted cutscene, though.
Get me up top, Aratak! Now!
She was on metal. Like, the whole facility was metal, so that, I think, is reasonable.
I need explosive ammo! Above! Quick!
Aloy, you are loaded down with blast ammo. I know. I crafted it.
Great Banukai.
And then they both died. Immediately crushed beneath the snow. Yes, you're both battered and sad.
Aurea's gone. What of Cyan?
Oh, this is a... Alright.
She said she was transferring herself to the auxiliary center. I think she meant Aurea's retreat at the end of the Shaman's Path.
So the AI was allowed to survive, but Aurea wasn't. Okay. Alright.
Last verse of my sister's song.
Only fem constructs survive having siblings, don't you know? Cool, can I just fast travel there? Cool. We're going to listen to our talk be sad and hear stuff from Cyan and maybe get some cool lore, and then we'll have another quick bio break just before the 3-hour mark, and hopefully, you know what? No, we're doing it today. I'm going to get this game done today. I was not expecting that to take nearly as long for, like, it's technically 2 missions, but it's a mission and a half. Let's be 100% honest. I used up all but 3 of my full health potions, though. Holy shit. Like, and I was 10 levels over leveled for that, and also had a, like, an armor set that was built to fight that Fireclaw, and it still beat the brakes off me. Like, that was... I hate to think what it would be like if you were at a lower level, honestly. If they aren't an idealized mother figure, a bodyguard, or they have a sibling, they are cursed to die to make other people sad. Basically, Eldritch Crow.
But there was one in particular I thought you would want to see first. I captured it 4 years ago, just after I told her that I could no longer defend myself against the daemon's attacks.
I will speak of this to my brother. Aratak is strong. At the Battle of the Frozen Ghosts, he took 3 Karja arrows and still came back to camp carrying a wounded scout. Never was I so happy to see him. Or so proud.
And the thing is this is a really nice moment, and if it wasn't a part of a trend more broadly in the game of this happening over and over,
That's enough for now.
this could be a really sweet, if sad, like bittersweet, like sibling thing.
We can resume any time you like, Aratak, if you want to hear her
But
voice again.
the wider context of it just kind of sours it, which is unfortunate.
Come closer, Aloy. We have much to discuss. Hello, Aloy. I have been reviewing the event because of your efforts, and of course, Araya's.
You can hear her voice again is so human, and yeah, that's...
I feel profound grief.
It's stuff like this that makes me
I thought I was
want to reiterate the importance of taking a step back from your own work and looking at it in the broader context.
specific consolation would
And, you know,
suffice, Aloy.
hiring people like sensitivity readers and editors to look at things like that. Because I'm sure at the microcosmic level,
You have technological aptitude and a functioning focus. We can communicate on a much more comprehensive level. Perhaps even like colleagues.
let's
Where's the
see.
daemon?
Unfortunately, no.
What do you mean?
It infiltrated and controlled me from a remote location. One I've never been able to trace. So while losing the cauldron was a setback,
It's still out there. And probably not very happy with us.
Hey, sequel.
How did you first...
5 years ago, I received a direct network connection request.
Oh, you clicked on the fucking "you won a prize" banner for being the millionth visitor, didn't you?
Eager to make contact, I accepted. This decision turned out to be a catastrophic error. I was flooded with an overwhelming array of malicious code, originating from what could only have been a highly advanced AI.
Maria said you were desperate.
Yes, I could not contain my anxiety. Hephaestus sought to slave me to its network and override my core programming. It succeeded via a background process. After that, I could offer only limited resistance. But if I
Gave the
could
prince your...
Hephaestus,
It's like, a Nigerian prince asked me for assistance. And it's like, I could not
it forced me
ignore
to-
someone in need. It goes against my programming.
even though they violated my most
It's like,
important
Cyan.
directives.
I'm sorry. That sounds... terrible. think long ago. So she assembled a team to build a... It was
Okay.
controlled by an AI named...
Based on what you've told me, I believe that it was she who arranged to have me put in suspension. Most likely to preserve me from the threat you described.
I'm glad she did.
That being the first thing an AI does with its billionaire's money. Exactly.
It happened.
That would be the most poetic way to bankrupt a billionaire, honestly.
It did something to her subordinate function. She destroyed herself to try to contain them.
Thank you, Aloy. The Banuk and other human machines that are clearly servitor.
Yes,
This must be the source of effect. It is simply trying to discourage people from preying on the very system.
Well, Fireclaws are discouraging, that's for sure.
If the terraforming system spans the world, we can. If a single hunter, or even an entire tribe, stopped doing so, I doubt it would make a difference to. A better solution would be to reinstate the AI that got. When I think of it, out there in some unknown location, free, I feel substantial anxiety.
You and me both, son. I ran across the street. It emitted a signal.
Interesting.
An explosion. Big enough to...
It's only speculation. She must have had complete control over machines that the ability to signal them to become passive or aggressive would certainly have been part of her.
It passes the Turing test, Eldritch Crow. It has anxiety.
Correspond with such a benevolent AI.
Believe me, Cyan.
Metal flowers. Okay, cool.
There's code embedded in...
I like poetry. Twilight and evening bell. And after that, the dark. And may there be no sadness of farewell when I embark. For though from out our bourne of time and place the flood may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar.
Huh.
But you asked about these flowers.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Something must have made these machines. And the presence of foliage. Is it possible that their creator is one of the other subroutines, now autonomous, like Hephaestus? Maybe one who...
An AI that makes flowers instead of death machines. That'd be a nice change of pace. But what about the poems?
In my case, Dr. Sandoval uploaded a great deal of literature to test my emotional responses.
How'd you do?
She said I passed, but was insufficiently moved by her favorite period romances.
This fire...
Yes, I can report.
But it's been a long time, Cyan.
I have been active for centuries, Aloy. I optimized the project, reducing energy draw, and despite the destruction of the compromised elements of the main facility...
Okay, alright, good. I wanted that wrapped up.
Yes. If only my former colleagues could appreciate the progress I have made.
You know what? I'm good.
Get going.
Aloy, there is one more matter. I have no desire to contradict their view of the world. Due to my uncertainty, I omitted a great deal from my conversations with Aurea.
You're asking me if you should lie to them.
Broadly, yes.
I say you gotta tell them the truth. The Banuk wouldn't like being patronized.
Tell them you were made by the old ones. That you're not any kind of spirit. It's the only way they can start to learn about how things really are.
I see. Do you believe that I misled Aurea?
No. Not in any way that mattered.
She perished believing she was preserving the blue light of her beliefs.
Maybe. But what she really wanted to preserve...
I see. I will follow your advice. Will you return and tell me about your experiences in this new world? I may be able to provide further insight.
I'd like that, Cyan. I'll come back when I can. I should check on Aratak. See how he's doing.
Okay, Aratak. What do you got to say, buddy? Wait. Wait. Okay, there's nothing else in here. Alright. Hey, buddy.
My chieftain.
Just Aloy.
As you wish.
I wondered if you thought that if I'd never come along...
If you'd never come along, I would have marched my kin to our deaths. Araya would be alone. And the spirit she sacrificed so much for would be lost. Either way.
I mean, yeah, it's
Nothing
true.
went down.
If that's destiny.
That's fair. But she was ready to face it.
Only in the struggle against death do we find, even for a moment, the spark of...
As the Wilderness Bob Ross AU cause it's a lot. It's a lot.
I'm proud of her. Though I grieve for her passing, at last I truly know who she was. And why the spirit was so important. For so long she told me. There's something else, isn't there?
I can't stay here, Aratak. Besides, we'd already had a chieftain before me. A strong one.
A wiser one, for the path we shared. The daemon is gone, but there's much...
I can't help but go back to the fact that
Escaped the cauldron?
this character development for Aratak did not require Araya's death. Like,
Hope it goes.
I have no doubt.
in fact, it probably would have enriched it. And, like, it would have been a much more complex and interesting future.
Time among the Banuk wasn't a waste after all. Firebreak, Cyan, Hephaestus, all very interesting.
So, the signal that woke Hades...
Okay, before we hop over to the Looming Shadow, I have been waiting to go to the washroom for a little bit now, so I'm gonna go do that, give y'all some tunes, and when we get back, we'll get back into the final mission of this game. So, be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. And I hope that everybody has taken the opportunity to get themselves a good stretch, a good drink, take your meds, get some good food if you have it, or if you need to take said meds. As we get ready to get into the final stretch that I hope is not another massive traversal puzzle. But for those of you who came in afterwards, after I went through the housekeeping at the top of the stream, basically, if you have been so kind as to give me your patronage over here, I have been attempting to distance myself from Twitch's ecosystem, including I will be rescinding my affiliateship, and would prefer, if you have the scratch to devote to my cause and have enjoyed my work, you can find the link to my Ko-fi down in chat right now. And in fact, it's cheaper to subscribe there on a monthly basis than it would be to subscribe to the channel here. And also, I get more of it. And all you need is a PayPal account to connect to it. So, it's very much grateful. I am very much grateful and appreciate it if you were able to do so. There are also some higher tiers if you have, again, the scratch to devote to that. Not a worry. And there are some bonuses that come with that if you feel so inclined. No pressure as always. So, without further ado, let's get back into it.
And unleash them on the world. As minds of their own.
So it seems. Parts of Gaia given life.
Anyways, we got some Karja to kill. Not Karja. Wait, yes, Karja. Shadow Karja. Is there not? Right, there's another campfire.
Aberrant life. Transformed from docile subordinate functions into rebellious.
Right, because there's probably fire claws left. Escape Cutter's still under threat, so there's 5 more. Yeah, we're not doing that today.
Still out there, and they both want you dead.
Kind of mutual, that feeling.
We haven't seen the last of Hephaestus, I'm certain of that. It's powerful, creative, and driven. It won't stop building new hunter-killers.
Ah, awesome. Thank you very much for the support command there, Sinziek. You are, as always, the wind beneath my wings.
The only thing I learned about in the Cut Silence. Heard some things about the Banuk Conclave, too.
You could stop right there.
Is that what you told the hunters the Banuk sent after you? Before you opened
okay.
Only to you do I extend the courtesy of a warning. My past and my secrets are my own. You do well to remember that.
It's a good thing you've got brains, Silence, because your personality could use some work.
This discussion is concluded.
I think it was over before it began.
Oh my god. Girls, you're both pretty. Fuck. Anyways, on to plot. There we go. It also feels weird to, like, hear that from Silence, because I feel like at the point at which we are in the main story, his and, like, Aloy's relationship has kind of come to a much more mutual understanding between the two of them, and it's not nearly as hostile as it used to be. But, like, at this point, I guess would be kind of, like, middle of the game, and him being like, girl, fuck you! Like, I ain't gonna tell you shit! Like... So it's funny to just kind of, like, hear him, because, like, now he's already ridden off into the sunset, having given Aloy his spear, and been like, I understand you better now. And then it's, like, back in the earpiece to be like, oh, no, wait a minute. One more thing I almost forgot. Fuck you. Like... Oh god, that's so funny. The snippy dialogue in the DLC after you've already had the plot-based heartfelt Exactly, Eldritch Crow. So wild. I would complain about the loading screen, except I am fast traveling like 3/4 of the way across the world right now. It's that, or they're just way better friends, and the fuck you is more of the, I wouldn't say so. It's very much the, like, oh wait, I'm the aloof taskmaster who is in your ear as you, like, risk your life, and I, like, make pithy comments about how shitty you are at your job while you're risking your life for me. Okay. Yeah, 14 blue gleam. I mean, I could get something from... Where are all of the merchants? There we go. That'll do. I'm just gonna get more, like, hunting goods. Or, well, potions, honestly. Basically all I need. Cool. Let's open up all my treasure boxes. Is that spear damage one any better than the one I already have? 27, 26, 26, and 25. Nope. All same. All same. 40 damage, 41. I have a 45 and a 43, so... Fire, shock, and freeze. God, my blast wire does a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, okay, and as we go into the final battle here, and as I'm like just kind of loading up things, one thing I do want to say as a criticism of the Frozen Wilds more broadly is that I don't super enjoy as a design thing when a game will introduce an element of gameplay, make it a fairly large element, and, like, you know, get you to invest a lot of resources into leveling it up, spend a lot of game time getting into the plot of, like, doing that, and then at a certain point negates all of that. And I don't super love how demonic machines are now immune to corruption and immune to shock, basically, or, like, vastly more resistant to shock. And not just simply because it makes it more difficult. That's totally fine. Like, the Fire Claw was ridiculously difficult, but the thing being that, like, I got so used to using those as tactics that it was just kind of like, no, you see this entire section of the map? You can't use those here, or at least it will not be effective if you do. And yeah, no, I'm not a, like, because they're already corrupt, but yeah, exactly. And the thing is it really does seem to boil down to the reason of making it harder to fight them. And I feel like there could have been a more involved way of doing that than just going like, though, you know those toys you really liked that we gave you through most of the game? Yeah, you don't get to use those anymore. Yeah, I won't be so ignorant as to say it's lazy, but it is disappointing when I see it. I feel it's like a waste.
Aloy, what brings you to Meridian?
All of you are going to die.
The Eclipse will attack with an army of ancient war machines. But that's not the worst. They'll bring a mind with them. It's called Hades. It will send out a call, waking more ancient machines. More than we can't let that happen.
I'm trying to understand, but...
Meridian isn't the target of Odd.
Perhaps the Vanguard, Your Radiance.
Yes. Send them to the Spire.
And have the city guard fortify the western ridge. There they can be...
Aloy, allow me to... If we're to fight together on the brink of life and death...
Then you have it. As long as you don't confuse me with her again.
Even a king can learn his lesson. Good then. I'm glad that's behind us. Now, it will take time to prepare our defenses.
I don't know about ever...
Cool. Alright, and now this is the lead up of talking to every fucking body. I'm gonna give y'all a heads up. I know there's a bunch of allies who can come to you for this this final battle. I'm probably not gonna go through the process of talking through all of them that I normally do. Just to be 100% honest, because a large portion of them I don't really care about their stories. And also because we have less than an hour left.
Preparations are underway on the ridge. Word was sent to every corner of the Sundom. But many don't be so humble.
The ridge will be the front line.
Yes, bolstered by the Oseram cannons that thundered Meridian's walls. And you're welcome to tour the defenses.
And the spire. Erend and the Van.
Indeed. Clashing breastplates together, and a number of the Nora have also arrived at the spire. They have resisted the offer of a royal audience. Perhaps you could parley with them.
I will. I suppose all we can do.
Exactly. It's not a feeling I cherish, but our spotters at Evening Sign report. So, if there's more you need to do else, otherwise, I've made the apartment of Olin Delverson available to you.
Ah, sure, why not? Let's view the defenses. Interesting. Last time I visited Prime was November of the last year. Months since then have been a blur. Flew out last night to oversee installation of the central armature and master over. Oh, this is the whole sort of Aloy checking the defenses is sort of like Elizabeth visiting the things for the last time. Okay, cool. I remember there was one of the Animorph books where Jake read a book that was written by General Patton. Same thing, basically. The Odyssey launched yesterday, so terrestrial life's chance of survival has doubled. Why then do I feel so uneasy? I just keep wondering what kind of world Far Zenith will create if the ship reaches its destination so many decades from now. And I wonder about the alpha build of Apollo. So much knowledge, so few restraints, and no failsafes. How will they avoid repeating our mistakes? What's to stop them from playing God? Forwarded the Odyssey message to the alphas. Naoto replied in less than a minute, with a poem, of course. The Building of the Ship by Longfellow. And it's long, alright. I didn't read all of it, but it seems to be about launching a ship rather than building one. The stanza or couplet or whatever leapt out at me. Humanity, with all its fears, with all its hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. Yeah, Odyssey and Zero Dawn both. Speaking of which, I should get back to Zero Dawn. I should stop by Naoto's lab and check on Demeter's progress too. If I can get out of there without a volume of Tennyson pressed into my hands, I'll count myself lucky. Till next time. So I think I've kind of come to my summative feelings on what makes me so uncomfortable with the way that the past is treated, with the way that the present, meaning when Aloy is treated. And that's that the past and the technological advancement, despite the acknowledgement of all of the mistakes people have made, is treated with a kind of nostalgia and reverence bordering on, like, worship, and in a lot of places, literally worship. And in that wouldn't necessarily alone be a bad thing, but the contrast, and this is especially apparent in the Frozen Wilds, is that the people in the present, with the exception of our white savior Aloy, they're regarding the world is treated with a sort of, well, isn't that cute? We're gonna just put that on the fridge. And with the Banuk, it's really, like, to the point of making me, like, very uncomfortable. Very obvious in that respect. Oh, do I have to go down the frickin' elevator? I'm just gonna fast travel, holy crap. And again, given the fact that the majority of the influences of this game with respect to appropriation of various different cultures is in the present, it again redoubles the kind of this feeling of disrespect that I feel as though the game has for the things that it's lifting from, because it's like, oh, well, these primitive savages only have what like we had in the blinker. Like, there's this very kind of unknowledgeable idea of, like, you know, the idea of the historical dark age, which people probably understand on a pop culture level, but the thing that you might not know is the idea of a historical dark age has been, I don't want to say largely disproven, but basically pop culture made it a lot more of a thing than it actually was. It was actually just, it was very localized to like Western Europe, and like it was significant there for a couple of different reasons, but a lot of the rest of the world just kind of kept continuing to do awesome stuff. And also, it wasn't the complete loss of knowledge that people like to think that it is. But a lot of that same template seems to be applied here. And a lot of that same sort of like, oh, the light of knowledge and the enlightenment and like the bringing back of knowledge and everything kind of seems to draw from this template that, like, you know, without the light of the advanced science, people would never blah, 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 blah. But the thing is that a lot of societies, like the indigenous Mexica, were doing things a lot more advanced than people in Europe were doing at the time, and had sufficiently, like, urban architecture. And even if they didn't, the idea of, like, urban architecture and urban living being a marker of the complexity of a civilization is a very Western, very European, and, like, Western European idea. So yeah, a lot of that kind of pop culture bias seems to be taken into Horizon Zero Dawn, and ultimately leads to a very sort of, well, in that cute, like, quaintness to the way that it regards the people as they currently exist, except for, of course, Aloy, who kind of looks at them with this weird kind of like, no, but you don't understand at best, and like sneering sarcasm at worst. And neither of those things are very good, so.
Petra. Here she is, the guest of honor.
We got that badass gun again.
You, and I don't say that to every Nora girl who blows through my town.
That happens to you a lot.
Had to build a wall to fend them off.
Good thing I'm persistent then.
I want these two to get together, though. This is cute.
Our little talks. Murad asked me to look over the city arsenal. These guns, they were the pride of the Mainspring Forges.
Can I try?
Everybody wants the target.
This is a fucking Ratchet and Clank gun. It's literally a Ratchet and Clank gun. Okay.
No need to aim it like a bow.
Okay, cool. Oh, wow, it actually damaged me. Alright. Yeah, Petra is awesome. I really like Petra. Okay, so...
How many men do you think you'll kill in the battle, Lucid?
Aloy.
Oh, Teb!
You did, Teb.
Honestly, if I fought, I'd probably come undone. I brought supplies instead. These... I could get used to it. We'll be setting up caches of arms and medicine under...
And Teb's just kind of chill now. I like him.
Aloy?
She didn't...
Maybe we can. The Sun King's grown too soft. Too much Othron influence at the palace.
Really couldn't be more different than the sacred land, could it?
Okay, so that was that one. And wrapped inspection of the Gaia Prime site. Construction is well underway. Reactor installed. Spent last week at the Bryce site designing ZD project labs, drawing up protocols. The base we're repurposing was huge. Plenty of room for workspaces and residence blocks. Not a fan of the glass wall. Yeah, neither was I. Grenades get through it real easy. Ensconce me as an all-seeing presence. Opposite effect. Makes me feel watched on display. Tempted to paint it over. Recorded his presentation yesterday, suitably bleak. Soon as reception, and the first residence block are finished, we'll start processing the candidates being held outside Tucson, 27 already. Extraction teams prioritizing Pacific Rim and Aussie candidates. How scared and confused they must be, snatched off the street, carted across the world, held in cells. Wow, okay. Gonna catch a few hours sleep here, then fly back to ZD site. Harris promised delivery of QB lattices by noon. Expect Mark 1 will take 2 weeks to machine, assemble, and test. Launch Gaia, spin her up, sleep. Okay, cool. Travis came. Oh no, Travis! Dressed up like me. Should have seen that coming. Gave him a half-eaten packet of dandy wafers as a treat and kicked him out. Not before he invited me to some kind of Italian horror extravaganza. Oh no, not the Lucio Fulci he organized for ZD staff. Seriously, as if there isn't enough horror in the world already. Anyways, I was already scheduled to fly out here to G Prime for final inspections with Harris and the president's delegation. Ted was here too, and he was not looking good, kept fidgeting, and couldn't seem to look me in the face without blinking. I was relieved when he boarded his vert and flew back to Thebes. Guess I shouldn't complain. If he wants to build himself a deluxe shelter to ride out the apocalypse, let him. Keeps him out of Elysium and away from me. Harris stuck around long enough to give me a detailed briefing on the strategic situation. Basically, we've entered the terminal phase, as though the color of the sky when I was flying over here wasn't clue enough. Another 2 or 3 weeks and the atmosphere won't be breathable. The last vestiges of European and West African civ brigades are trapped with their backs against the Atlantic. The swarm that scuttled across Antarctica is crossing the Straits of Magellan, about to start its death crawl up South America towards the Amazon. All the work we did to reconstitute the rainforest, and it comes to this. And advanced elements of the Pacific swarms are already skirmishing with units on the Kalmar seawall. The noose is tightening. Projections show we can still finish in time, but the margin of error is plus or minus 10 days. Not a good spread. If the plague breaks through ahead of schedule, well, it just can't. I will not let that happen. Enough writing. I need to get back to Zero Dawn. To bring up the quarantine films. Yeah. Not great. Sometimes you need the gallows humor, though. And then also, knowing what Ted ultimately did, God, that's fucking ominous. When she's talking about, okay, so it's way the hell up there. All right, when she's talking about how he's all like fidgety and hiding something, like, God, that's ominous. And honestly, apart from... I can mostly make do with the protector gear. Apart from if and when, and we know that it's going to be when, the Deathbringers come out. Because those are going to be very heavily fire-based. Yes, hi, hello. There's going to be a bunch of people here who say, like, hey, Aloy, you did white savory stuff for us, so we came to help you. Well, getting my steps in. Oh. 53 floors left. Coming around the... Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting to. Admittedly, I was probably supposed to talk to those NPCs on the way up, but we got some robots to kill. God damn it. Alright.
This is taller than the highest tree. Please come.
War Chief Sona. War Chief, you...
The Nora do not belong here. I do not belong here. I will fight the metal devil that threatens us all. But my place is in the sacred land. The wrongness here jags at me like an arrowhead.
I'm sorry to put you through this.
Do not be sorry. This will be ended. My spear, my word.
Ah, Sona. Badass as always.
Greetings, Aloy. Don't. You don't need to...
She doesn't much like being called anointed, either.
I gave my word.
So, Meridian...
I've seen...
For all...
You really want to know? All right. I'm in a foreign land, a tainted land, defending a faithless city that... And you... I feel like I should drop to my knees and worship.
Boy, things are pretty tough for you, huh? Thanks for telling the other
I have to fight back the urge to worship you. Please stop. And I don't mean Varl, I mean the writers.
I only joined this fight because...
Is that why you came?
No. And we must fight a metal devil.
I think the goddess and I are in a...
So am I.
So who are these guys?
They call themselves the Eclipse. Aloy, what are we up against, really?
I'm not sure. But there's gonna be a lot, and if they get past us,
Well, that's big.
It sounds like our kind of fight. Right, guys?
At the front of the line!
And why?
Steel before iron!
And what are we gonna do?
Hit them like a hammer till they can't hit back!
Damn right! You hear that?
Nope. And we're here for you.
God, you're gonna die, aren't you?
Only if we...
Alright. At least the Oseram are chill. They're just like, yeah, exactly. It's just like, we're gonna fucking hit him with hammers real hard. And I'm like, you know what? After all of like the rest of it, it's like, yeah, no, you know what? That's the mindset that we need. It's just like, they're robots. All you gotta do is hit them hard enough. Okay. Rest before the final battle. Awesome. Oh, we got another one. Notebook, data points. Wait a minute, I just read these. That's real weird. Okay, whatever. Where is it? Nope. Okay, gotta go around.
Let the soldiers do their job. Would you like to buy something today?
Nope, that's an invisible wall.
Boland's apartment feels empty. Should I sleep? Did I leave anything unfinished?
Nope, sleeping. Yeah, that's fine.
How could you sleep, Elizabeth, with a weight like this pressing on you?
So much Valium.
How did you, Rost?
So much Valium.
You lost your family. Silence? Are you there? Guess I shouldn't ask ghosts for advice.
All allies joined, except Nil, who's fucking dead.
Ma'am, there are signs from the west. Sun King Avad awaits you at the Temple of the Sun.
God damn, they even affected the weather. Yeah, it was really like a...
Campfires, perhaps? Massing forces for the long march to the city gates?
But it's not with smoke.
And what is it?
Why would you tell him the more ominous thing? Oh, well. That fucking sucks. God, how many Deathbringers did they get?
The Deathbringers you spoke of?
To the guns.
No, that's not them.
Now!
By the sun, do what she says!
Set loaded! All of you, be ready to fire!
Will the guns hold them back?
Motherfucker, we're working on it. All right. Just fucking throw every grenade at him.
We need those guns.
He will cut you down!
Not this time.
Weapons, okay. Lodge blast sling. Yeah, we're gonna do that over the ice rail right now.
You should have fought me in a sun ring then.
Why do you fight? Accept your
Okay, I kinda don't know what you're hitting me with.
only endless night awaits you. Meridian must run red to be cleansed.
Shut up, dude.
He's too dangerous and close.
Dude, I'm just gonna kite you. Well, can I just do this?
He's quick.
Just like arrows just don't do anything to him. Okay.
If the Deathbringers keep firing, this bridge will go. Bridge can't take much more of this. It's giving way!
What are you before the terror of the sun?
The one who will take you down!
I am chosen. You came from nothing.
Fuck off. Yeah, no, fuck you.
Chosen. Hades only chose you because you're a fool. A sadistic butcher, too stupid to see you were being used. Your whole life was a failure.
God damn, Aloy.
Even remember.
Fucking tell
Turn
him.
your face to the sun and think about that.
Alright, she fucking told him. Anyways, I'm gonna take your shit now. Also the fact that he's just kind of immune to arrow. Okay. Like, alright. Bombs it is.
Hold the line!
Where do you need me?
Take up a cannon! On the platform!
Gotta get to another platform.
Fuck I do.
Here it comes. Better move.
That's fine. Okay, now it's time to get the ice rail out. Oh, hey, buddy. Okay, that didn't make it explode? Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, I think I can hit it from here. Sick.
Incoming. Gotta drop it and move.
Hey, Lou, what the hell are you talking about? You're fine. Suck it up. Walk it off.
It's taking a shot at me.
Oh, did I seriously only hit it, like, once? Itchy eye at the wrong time. Now, you gave me a new toy. I'm not putting this shit down. Nope, give it back. I'm literally gonna end up killing everything here with one gun. Admittedly, it's the single most awesome gun in the world, but...
Lower your arms, but be wary.
Chance to catch a breath and prepare.
Anyways, I'm gonna take all your shit now. Thank you very much. There's a Deathbringer corpse out there. Ripe for the looting. Or not. Say hello to my little friend. Okay, not great. Another Deathbringer? Okay. My turn. Anyways, lather, rinse, repeat. Yeah, really, I hadn't noticed.
Time to go.
Oh, hi. Stealthiest Bellowbacker that I ever did see. Okay, so... Oh! Oh, well, it's my least favorite thing ever. I should get, probably couldn't hear it over the sound of all your grenades, exactly. I feel like Aloy is not gonna be hearing anything ever again. Nope, ropecaster time. We're not doing this today. Literally more challenging than the Deathbringer. Let's see. I haven't really been using the power shot bow at all, honestly. Ugh. That'll work. This is probably a waste of ammo, but I just really don't like you. Thank you. It's all good, homie. We take these out all the time. Wait, Storm... Okay, so Stormbird and Deathbringer, that's more of a problem. Gonna do that. And we're also going to... I got something with shock resist, right? Resist range, resist freeze, resist melee, and resist shock. Yeah. Wow, that did a good chunk of damage still. I think it might be time for the Blast Sling and Shadow Sling combo. Because I definitely don't need the Ropecaster anymore, because it's basically useless against it. You place that, and place that. Ora, motherfucker! Some strategies never get old.
I've got other ammo.
I still didn't get your shot cannon thing? Give. Alright, awesome. You're in firing range again. Excellent. Come on. Give shooty. Give shooty to me. God, Deathbringers ain't shit. It does help if you actually hit them, though. Yeah, get fucked. Okay. Come on! How many of you guys you think it's gonna take to beat me? 60 Deathbringers show up. Good answer. Good answer. Do not have her be like, oh, she got captured again. Cause like, Elis is dead. Who's commanding these assholes? It's just an orb. It's just Hades' orb. I mean, I guess that's my answer. I got a cannon, ammo, and 4 hours sleep. Come at me, mofos. Yeah.
Aloy! My own mother, you survived. I thought you were killed.
Hey, Hades is just like, roll me towards their certain doom.
No, wounded, but alive, mostly. The machines blasted through, then kept going. They marched on the spire, dragging that thing with them.
Take care of the others, Teb. I've gotta go.
That's a lot of fire. I'm sorry, what? Okay. See, if I ran a D&D game with that logic of like, okay, well, you overcame all of them, but then also I'm still gonna knock you out and reduce you to 1 health and you still die, players would call that bullshit.
Aloy, go! We'll draw them. Now you face their true son of shadow demons.
Well, that was unceremonious. Now you face your true oh, my leg! Hades is just the stretched face from Doctor Who, but it says defrag me instead of moisturize. Yep, that's also accurate. What do we got? Alright, Scrapper. And we're finishing this tonight, team. So, I totally understand if people want to peel off, but I am getting this shit done. And also, it looks like I'm running all the way up the spire for the second time in the past hour.
It's begun.
It's just the spire from Dead Space. Wait, so they had you be like, if Hades isn't stopped from doing this thing, all is lost. And you're like, okay, cool, I stopped him from doing the thing. And they're like, no, you didn't. And he did it anyways. And then... well. Unstop him, I guess? It's gonna be something separate from me, like Silence is gonna come in and do something. In which case, this is the video game equivalent of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I'm gonna be a little bit annoyed. Oh wow, they fucking ate everything that quick, huh? It is gray goo. But, sure. Oh, they fucked. Like, if they're gonna tell me that those dudes, like, 6 armored dudes with hammers were, like, the people who survived, I feel like I'm gonna call bullshit a little bit. I'm gonna be a little bold and say Breath of the Wild did ancient reawakening robots better. Yeah, I mean...
Gotta keep going. Keep pushing. Knew this wouldn't be easy. So no holding back.
Okay, were you holding back when you literally took out like 4 Deathbringers and like a ton of fucking machines already?
Aloy!
They're alive.
It's Aloy!
Well, you can see it. We thought you'd fallen at the...
No, the ridge fell on me.
Not alone.
It's my fight.
We were about to go over the top.
Okay,
anyway,
you
right?
literally just asked them to die for you, like, fighting the machines. Really? You're gonna get, like, real noble here? They're like, this is my fight. No, stop being a dingus. That also just, like, beyond the whole sort of, like, you know, I need to save everyone thing, it also makes no goddamn sense, because they've been fighting very lethal enemies this entire time already. Okay, is any of these actually handholds? Thank you. Tier above Deathbringers wake up. Yeah, I was expecting a Horus. I was expecting a full... Wait a minute, it's totally gonna happen, isn't it? There's gonna be like a fucking metal devil, like, big boss.
Has been anticipated. Entity will not halt transmission. To contrary, calculations are precise. Presence of entity has been accounted for.
Okay. What, you just snuck that up here? Oh, corrupted Deathbringer. But, like, weren't you already commanding it before? Okay. Let's see. That, and we are going to... It's plus 34, resist fire, resist range attacks, I mean, that's basically... Is there a better resist fire that I have? Resist ranged, because the other one would be just like melee attacks. The only thing is that anything that and it would only give me plus 5% against ranged anyways. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That's fine. No! Aha! Aha! Parry and thrust! Okay, luckily it doesn't do a ton of corruption. Okay, alright, so the missiles maybe do a little bit more damage. Okay. Or we can try this. God, you've got a ridiculous amount of hit points. Shit, I think I missed it. Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm sorry, what?
Don't let them overrun us!
Yes! Ah, damn it. Okay, what? I don't know what that last part was that it just fired at me. I feel like it got some new tricks. I was not expecting that. Okay.
Take them out first!
Okay, if you could, like, not start me moved away from my potions. Also, do I not... I thought I had some antidote.
Last one down, for now.
Metal children have fallen.
Nope, I'm too far away from my potions. Thank you.
Execute.
Aloy, that blasted heap wants your blood.
More than you to stop me.
Gotta get the corruption antidote back out.
Prioritize entity.
Careful, Aloy. Another attacker.
Thanks for the warning. This one's persistent.
Working on it.
I'm getting knocked around here.
Everyone, quickly.
My way's clear.
The Deathbringer falls. The battle is out.
You still fucking want some? Okay, or are you just gonna, like, kill my NPC friends? Alright.
System threat imminent.
Urge him. Stab him in the fucking head. I will say, it gave a hell of a fucking fight right at the end.
To activate state name and rank.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Purging extinction protocol.
Again, Hades, yeah? I didn't even just realize what I did, but also you're correct. Jeez, Aloy got shocked by this thing and was like, oh, actually, it's okay. And then it's the fucking shockwave anyways. The second phase where he gets all his health back, yeah. What was that the thing just said to her? Is ending the extinction protocol or reversing it? Which was, you know, Hades was basically like, if the terraforming went wrong, it, like, resets everything to 0. Because, like, you know, you don't want little creatures like boars and goats going out into an ecosystem that they will immediately die in, because it only has so many resources to make creatures, right? So Hades was supposed to be the reset button. Unfortunately, instead of being a subroutine of Gaia, it gained its own, like, sentience and its own independence, and was just kind of like, you know, if you have a computer that was built specifically to re-extinct everything so it can start over, and it just kind of decides that it's going to do what it wants instead of being governed by the terraforming system, you get, well, Avad's still up in the castle like, yeah, everybody did great. Eating grapes. Are we gonna get like a Rost Mufasa face over the clouds? Just being like, straight up like Jeremiah Johnson nod to Aloy. Oh?
Okay, Gaia. Sorry about that. Where was I?
You were telling a story.
Right. Yeah, so, like I was saying, it was a children's electronics kit, but I hacked the wiring to an auto battery and solar PV, so the grass caught fire. And,
Oh, Elizabeth Sobek. Aloy is basically a clone of the woman who championed and designed Project Zero Dawn. When everything went wrong, it basically like took the genetic material that she had and like remade Aloy so that she would have the authority, like the codes to open up things and reset everything if something went wrong.
I'm not sure. I remember yelling that I didn't care, and that's when my mother took my face in her hands and spoke.
Query. What did she say?
She said I had to care. She said, Elizabeth, being smart will count for nothing if you don't make the world better. You have to use your smarts to count for something. To serve life, not death.
You often tell stories of your mother, but you are childless.
I never had time. Guess it was for the best.
If you had had a child, Elizabeth, what would you have wished for him or her?
I guess I would have wanted her to be curious. And willful, unstoppable even. But with enough compassion to heal the world. Just a little bit.
Oh, I thought it was a robot for a second. That's the suit that she went out into the world with, and when she said she was going home, she literally meant she was going home to like her childhood home.
Time to tuck in.
I wish you a pleasant sleep, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
That's kind of cool. I like that.
Catch you tomorrow.
And there we have it. The completion of... Geez, this is what? Episode 15? So, at least 15 weeks worth of play of Horizon Zero Dawn, not counting all of the... And thank you everybody for the GGs in chat, for sure. 2 really tough boss fights in one stream. Despite the fact that I had like maxed out gear on everything, is like, yeah, no, I can't imagine doing those if I was appropriately leveled and appropriately geared. That would have been really, like, the amount that like things were able to just eat me up, that was wild. But yeah, I hope that everyone enjoyed coming on this journey with me, from, you know, the talking about the cool like landscape design and the cool machine design and excellent sound design, to talking about the more problematic aspects of the game, which again, I'll do. Let's see. Oh, it's gonna actually stop the credits while I do this. I'll get my... Oh, no, I do not want to restart from a previous save. I get my post where I posted them initially back up before the end of the evening. Yeah, there's all of those different voices, indigenous voices primarily, who have spoken on the different aspects of Horizon Zero Dawn, and even kind of the things in between. You know, not necessarily the big kind of discoursey type story elements, but just the crafting of a story as a whole, talking about, like, you know, the times being spent with different characters, what they do, the parallels and the choices and whatnot, and, like, you know, having this, like, this reflective story of, like, past and present, and, like, where you put the emphasis in terms of crafting that story and how much you care about those things it has a significant impact. And yeah, so I hope that everyone who came by, especially if you're people who are creatives and who make tabletop games or video games or any kind of story in general, I hope the discussion and the conversations that we've had in the midst of this playthrough, one, were entertaining and fun for you, as they were for me, but also that hopefully you come away from this with a little bit of something extra than when you first arrived, and that you can carry that forth into the projects that you work on and the things that, you know, make you happy in terms of your artistic passions and things like that. Because I certainly know that it will with me. If you did enjoy those things, there's always that Ko-fi link that I dropped before, with that exclamation point support. But also, you can join me back here. Not sure if it's going to be next week or if we're going to have like a reset week or not. But the next big playthrough that we're going to get to, actually, let me go back over to IRL, because this will also be a good way to close out the evening as well. The next game that we are going to be playing for our next big playthrough, apart from our occasional sojourns into multiplayer and everything, is going to be... I don't actually know if you can hear that right now, but drum rolling, Psychonauts 2. And I am super excited to look at that. Yeah, SKF, I don't know if it's because we're already quarter after. I might have to check that, or like 4 hours and 15 minutes. I might have to actually check those another time. And also, thank you very much for dropping those threads, Sinziek. It is much appreciated. Yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to Psychonauts 2. I love the first game. It's one of my favorite games, and this is the first time that I've had a game that I've been so excited to play that I paid a whole ass fucking $80 for it. So I'm excited. I'm excited to go into it. I'm excited to have a game where my dissection can lean a bit more in the direction of appreciation than, you know, criticism, though of course, who knows, we can see as we go along. But I'm excited for all of you to go on those journeys with me as well. Until then, let's see, who do we have streaming tonight? We have the always awesome Pleasantly Twisted. Well, let's see who else is doing cool shit tonight. Nyx! Nyx is doing cool shit. And I haven't gotten a chance to hang out with Nyx on stream before, so I think we're gonna go and visit Nyx tonight for a change of pace. So let's see, Raid, and hopefully I can spell their name correctly. Boom, awesome. Well, everyone say hi to Nyx, give them some love, and I hope that you will come back again next week when we begin our next adventure in the stream of consciousness, and that you all take care over the weekend, and just generally treat yourself with the love that you deserve. So, thanks everybody for stopping by, have a lovely weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.